Good morning, good morning. We are just rotating within yesterday's value. Nothing crazy. Pretty big sell from this morning. We are making a lower high. Potential 3 bar down on the 15. Just watching to see what we do here. Again, we're just within yesterday's structure, so trading between our previous day POC and our previous day value high, right? Or if you're looking at the PVZ on the day, right, our levels are also pretty clear here, where we have a supportive zone here into our lows at 980 to 940. We have a short-term pivot in our mid here at our LVN, at our ETHI and POC at 040. And then we have our high of day, or sorry, our high of our current balance at 080, right, at our previous day value high. So we have these three zones that are pretty easily seen. We're watching to see if sell side sits here and they try to take in, and if we're then going to rotate down, or if we can hold here and we can get back above this. Just got to keep an eye on this. Right now it looks like just balance here while we try to build out this tail down here into 960, 940. Interesting divergence with NQ and ES and RTY, right? RTY much clearer action at our 30-second opening range, holding VWAP as supportive, and making a very clear higher low comparatively. ES also holding previous day value high to POC. We're watching to see how we interact here, if we can get above or if we're going to make a lower high. What we're going to be watching is, do they sell side, are they able to hold these guys offsides above, right? So as we push in, do we fail to get back above previous day value high here, absorb, and then rotate below, right, for this push down into this lower node? Or are we able to, show interest over previous day value high for continuation up? There you go. Pushing into POC to value of our previous candle now. Let's see if we can flip or if we absorb into this like we talked about. That's all there is to this area. We are in an inside candle, right? So until we breach outside, we are trading within this structure. We're trading within this structure. We need to very clearly flip and hold for this to matter. Or again, we will just take in size here into these highs, like we just talked about. And then we'll look for that push below for that continuation down. So let's see if what we do as we push in. Russell leading up. NQ trying to look above, but still within our range. We've had the same value high on the last 1, 2, 3 candles on the 15, right? On the same value area. So as we push into this, can we show any interest above? Or is this going to just rotate right back down? We shall see. Oh, gosh. Got the worst sleep last night. Good lower high so far on our reoffer here on NQ after trapping in the look above. Watching to see if they're going to be able to hold that 30 as we push in. I don't know what's going on here. Again, just an inside candle. It's going to be very hard to get a clear directional bias until we either push below or above. Just a rage right now. But very clear sellers into 040, 060 for the short term. Good hold so far. As we push down into 30K, this would be your first risk off if you're playing the lower offer here at 30 to 40. As we push down into these lows, just look at this as a rotational trade, as an inside candle until proven otherwise. See if we can break. Yes, also following pathing, holding our highs. We need to push below this for that next leg, or this is where we'll bounce. We are trading within the value of our previous 15-minute candle. We held our value high. We're now trading into our value low on ES, right? Into 38.75. We need to push below that if we were going to do anything more, or this is where we will bid. Our pathing is playing. I've taken off 1 on NQ.
White House on X indirectly denies Iran state media reported draft that the memorandum of understanding between the US and Iran. So again, the White House on X indirectly denies Iran state media reported draft of a MOU between the US and Iran.
What made you skeptical? We're in a larger time frame downtrend. We're holding previous day value. We're within a distribution after a large sell. And we have seen no buying pressure at our top edges. So, like, what else would you have wanted to see? Full rotation here. I have 1 left. Let's see what we do. Another way to look at it, Rory, like this is how I see it on NQ, right, is just put a volume profile on it for the distribution. Where are we trading within that structure? Are we holding POC of that distribution as resistance? Do we make a lower high? Is that liquidity above trapped? Are we holding POC to value high? Yeah, right? We're just rotating all the way down. And if you look on your footprint, do we have some trapped liquidity here? And do we then have a lower offer that gets put in? Right, for this distribution? Right, like if we look at it like this, do we see that guy who's trapped on that arrow that I put, and then the lower sellers that then held for the rotation down, right? So it's like, oh, okay, well, we're just trading within a range, and until we show a higher low, then yeah, we'll just get the rotation through. Again, we're just trading within previous day value and our PVZ zone, right? So if I turn off drawings and just turn on indicators, wait, hide drawings. What is going on? Oh yeah, there we go. Right, we just held PVZ value, and we rotated down to PVZ value low, like we talked about, right? So this is target here on NQ into previous day POC to value low from our failure to get above current day's PVZ POC to value high. So we've done the full value rotation into our previous day value low here on NQ, and the full range on our 15-minute into these lows. ES is at our first target at 34s. Secondary target will be here at PVZ value low for its full range trade. But we should be looking for a slight bid here because NQ is at target and ES is at target. And then we watch to see if we get a lower offer after a retest here. Maybe a rejection of previous day value high in both. We'll see. But just following our pathing, full targets. And that's first trade of the day. You can hold a runner and see what happens, but I expect 900s to be pretty reflexive on NQ. But we'll see. But again, we're just rotating between yesterday's value high and yesterday's value low right now, right? It's a very easy trade when you look at it like that. I just got on, immediately saw that we were in a selling channel down, right? We had a big seller. We're holding VWAP on the 15. We're trading within a inside candle node in a distribution after a large sell, and we're within yesterday's structure, right? Everything is lined up for us to rotate through if we fail to take out those highs, as well as within our PVZ structure, right? Like all of the information is there for you. We're just trading within it, right? On both ES and on NQ. So until we see that acceptance above, we have to expect that that is the current auction. And then that's what we do. All right. I'm going to delete this pathing now that it's fully played and adjust charts. Again, I expect 900s to be a bit reflexive here, and then we'll see what we do. It doesn't have to be, but I expect that we'll have to retest this previous day POC to value. I'm just at least into it. This is also ADR, so I don't know how reflexive it's going to be. Maybe we don't get it, but I'd expect something like this where we'll come back into this and then, you know, go again. I don't know. We'll see. This is also just ES target as we push into this. I'm watching our 900, see what we do with ES into target and RTY into our low. A low below? I don't know what that means. Yeah, I mean, it's a break outside of our distribution from our big sell that we had in overnight, right? It is the balance in our drop, base, and now a drop, right? And so if we retest this break of our low balance and it fails, right, which is why we're looking for a reflexive bid here at 900s for a push back into previous day value to POC, right? That's because we're retesting our break of our lows, right? Our break of our balance and yesterday's rotation. So you can see that we're getting that reflexive bounce across the board, right at our 900 like we thought, right? And we're pushing back into this area, and we'll watch to see if we can get back in, or if this fails. I don't know what's going to happen, but until we get back inside value, we'll have to watch this area to see if they'll absorb here, and then if we then rotate down off of this as we push up into these cells. We've got Russell also bouncing into our view up. We'll watch to see what they do here. If we'll full sell or if we'll rotate, unsure. Right, but we're getting the bounce where we thought. Now we watch to see what happens as we push in. Same thing on ES. Bid right at our PT and then rotating up back into our 30-second opening range and our PVZ value, right? And until we get below previous day value low, why are we looking for anything else, right? Doesn't make sense. So let's see what they do. This would be your first risk off if you bought off of 900, and we watch to see if we absorb here or if we can get back into value. Rejecting our 40 to 60, our value, and rotating back down to our 900 where our bid is. I have to flip 900s for more, or we will just rotate here, potentially putting in a higher low. Watch to see if we hold this 40 on retest for the lower high, or if we'll flip in holding a higher low. Unsure, really unsure. Where you started to sell where I thought we would. We need to see a very clear lower high here at that 40 like we just did. Again, 900 is your first risk off. We need to flip below that and then offer it if we want to go further down. We're just trading within this POC to value of our previous candle here. We want to flip below this. Regardless, already a good trade. Got to get below 900s for more. There it is. Huge. 40 points. See if 900 can offer.
Again, saying here the White House calls reported Iran MOU a complete fabrication. Just further confirmation from the White House saying that the report from Iran state media on the memorandum of understanding between Iran and US was complete fabrication.
Back to our lows on ES after our rejection of POC to value of previous candle and our 30-second opening range, rotating right back down to where our previous attempt was and our PVZ value low.
And the White House says nobody should believe Iran state media reporting.
Until we can flip these, this is where the bid rests, right? Nothing crazy.
Stocks Europe 600 index drops to a session low, down 0.2%.
Retesting highs here, Russell leading up with NQ, trying to flip back above previous day POC and get back into this range. We're watching to see if offer sticks here and gets back below 40, or if we can bid following pathing for a push back up into our previous range. The sell at 40s offered 40 points back down to 900s, but bid was still found there into our lows. Watching as we push back up into a value of our previous candle now. Are we going to be able to trap above on this look, or is this going to fail, right? Watching our interaction here at 40 as we push back in. Bid at 40, just like I said, back into 80s. It's great for first risk off. If we push in, then we rotate up our highs. We go up to 30K. Taking off one here from our 40 bid. Trade is now free. Stop 30. Should go up to 30K, and then next target above that would be 040, 050. Just following our pathing. This is value of our previous 15-minute candle here into 30K, which is why it would be our first target. right? Right into here. And then above that, we're just watching this value high into this. Watching our node as we push in. Do you see how we recovered value on NQ on both the daily and previous day at 040? We potentially have one more leg, but I'm versed off. It is it's a little quiet for me not being wrong yet on the day. What's going on, boys? How are we doing? Am I too fast today? Too furious. We're just back to our original short level here into our lower high. Watching to see what happens now. Just back into our range again off of the failure to initiate lower. Full rotation on ES from PVZ value low back up to PVZ value high. Still trading within previous day structure on ES. RTY and ES both rejecting our 30-second opening ranges. Just watch the retest as we push down from our failure at POC here. We're watching just as we push into 40 what happens. We want to see if this liquidity is going to be trapped here, right? We have this lower rotation outside of value that we just pushed out of. And we are now retesting to see if these guys are going to remain, right? And then we have this upper rotation that we're trading into, right? With this big node that we can traverse through. So we're watching, are we going to be able to maintain here, right, for this rotation up? Or is this going to trap liquidity and then rotate down through it, back to our 900 with an ideal but we take out our lows if this doesn't hold, right? So we're just watching this previous day POC and current value low on the day to see if we're going to traverse back up to 060, 080 here from this bid. That's it. Nothing crazy. Watching these lows, and we're watching this edge. Right? So let's see what they do. Ten seconds till new 15s. I think we go to 040 at least, but we'll see. I think we have a little bit of a dip here into our value edge. It would be very bullish if they held 70s, but I don't know. It's still a little weak for me. They're trying. Their bid is on ES at 32. They're trying to like pull it down there. Just watching to see what we do here at our edge. Holding previous day POC to value right now on NQ, but RTY a little weak. Yeah, I'm not super convinced. And we held where we needed, but again, just not very initiative. I'm flat right now, just waiting to see what happens here. ES and RTY both look very weak with this current setup that we've got, so I'm just keeping an eye on this. We've got pretty clear lower high here on both.
Treasury Secretary Bessent to testify to the Senate panel on Treasury budget on June the 3rd.
If this is going to like reject and then need to rotate back down on both of these. And if NQ is going to double top here for that look down into 040 with this weakness on ES and RTY into these highs.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting Trump to participate in the cabinet meeting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I don't believe in them. I don't know why. I'm like almost willing to try to play a short at 10 to 25 right now. I feel like we need to take out lows, but I don't know. I'm just gonna let it sit. Looks where it's a little too indecisive for me.
So we have put out a live video of Trump participating in the cabinet meeting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time for those interested.
I didn't get filled at 10, so nothing for me. We're just trading within POC to value of our previous 15, taking in size here, building out this node. No desire to push above yet. We're still holding where we need below us, but the longer that we sit here without any interest, the more volatile it just feels like it's going to be. I feel like we might need to head down into that 040, like 015 area first, if this continues to fail. You can try a pretty tight short here at this 010 to like 025 high. But I mean, we might get stopped out. Trump's speaking, so there's really not a great trade. Just waiting to see what we do. Small size. right? Like, that's all I'm saying. Just watch to see what happens. Nothing crazy. I'm more than happy to get stopped out of that.
Just a reminder, in 5 minutes' time, we're expecting comments from Trump in the cabinet meeting. The video is on the feed for those interested.
Yeah, that's fine. This O10 trade is up $400 so far. Just watching to see what we do as we push down into our lows. Great risk off. Pushing into our value edge now. Watching as we push into 40 to 60. If you're playing off of that O10 with 25 stop, you've now made $1,000 for basically nothing. And this is where we watch. This is first PT here into 950 to 920. This is target. As we push down into this, watch for some volatility. That is a $1,200 trade with 8 points of risk. And that's your full target on ES as well, following our pathing into our PVC value low. Again, this is just where we expect the bid to be into this 020, 040. We'll watch to see what happens here. If they can't get over this 50, 60, then we'll rotate for the full leg down, but expect the bid to be here, just short term. You're rotating between two clear nodes, right? This POC to value from the lows at our 900 area, right? And then this offer here. Just expecting this little reflexive bid, and then we watch to see what we happen. Oh, sorry, what happens? But this is target. Now we watch. Right, so like this was just based off of as long as we didn't take out these highs and we saw that seller trying to step in at 010s, that was our risk, and we were looking for a play back down into the value hide POC of this lowered node that we put a fixed range on, right? So that became the trade off of the failure here. So that minimal risk here at this 010, 025 for a rotation back down to where buyers were found last, right? That's all that was. And then if we flip it, like, we can get more, but we have to show interest below this, and then we can rotate through this node, but we need this look below for more, or we're just going to trade within this range, and then we can potentially rotate back up, you know, testing this again. Does that make sense? Another way to look at it, if that doesn't make sense to you, is just we have like a pretty clear distribution here, and this is us failing to get back into that distribution, right? So we had this node that built out here on the side, and we basically failed off of the look below, right? And then this flipped to go supportive, and then we failed again. We're watching as we try to push back below this. So if I turn off drawings, so you can just see it like this. Does that make sense? Right, where we failed here, we looked below, which led to this rotation down. Same thing here. And then we flipped back above, and this led to our rotation into this. We've then failed to get back in for this rotation up. And so if they're willing to absorb, then we'll rotate down. And if they're willing to hold, then we'll rotate down into these lows again, right? Just to fail to get back into this upper distribution. My man said somber sing voice. Dude, you need the bucket for sure. New PVZ zones have opened. We're watching our offer here as we push in. Oh my god, I did arms yesterday, man. I could like barely lift my arm up to my chest. I'm dying. Jesus. Yeah, they're trying to shift this. I still really want to see us below 900 to feel comfy in this, but I don't know. We'll see. Trump is talking right now? That's true? Oh, yeah, he is. Gotta be careful. Oh, no, not yet. They're waiting on the cabinet meeting, so I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know, man. Well, it's gonna be the cabinet meeting, so it's just them like fluffing this man for 2 hours. Absolute glazing. I saw some crazy stats the other day. Oh my god. Wait, check this out. How each cabinet member speaks to Trump. Flatters him, criticizes opponent, gives him credit. Look at how they talk in their cabinet meetings. That was the last one. How, wait, what do we... That's just what we're about to get again. It's just absolute glaze. So again, we have some weird, kind of, I don't want to call it weird, but interesting structure where we have this low here at our like 890, 900 that I want us to flip, that we're trading down into again. And then we have these clear highs up into our 30K, 020. We're just rotating in between. We're watching to see if we can shift below. We're seeing that PVZ is really trying to shift down here. Our daily POC is also shifted down, right? We have this LVN that we're trading in. And then we have these lows here into our 900. So I'm just watching to see what our interactions are going to be between this buyer and this seller here. Do we hold? Do we rotate down? Can we flip? Does this balance? Can we get back above this node and actually show it as an interest? Or like what's going to happen? All I know is that a seller stepped in. We just played this sweep down. We're now trying to establish below that sweeper, right? Below this node. I'm watching to see what happens, because if we fail to push below this 900, 890 area, 880, whatever you want to call it, on this attempt, we will have to take out these highs first and trap some sort of liquidity in this LVN to build the liquidity that we need to then take out these lows, right? Like if there's no desire still to push down, even in this state, we'll have to come back up at least into this LVN here to trap, and then we can try again. So I'm really just watching how we interact between, you know, this area here and this area here. Can we sweep below and then offer it, or do we need to rotate up a little bit higher to test into this, you know, absorb, right, and then trap and then rotate down? Very similar on ES, but not as clear in my opinion. We've got this very clear high above us, but the low isn't as clear. That's why I say it's not as great as NQ in its current situation. We've got a clear POC hold on our previous two 15-minute candles, really three, right? Trending down with very slow grind down into these wick lows. I'd like to see us head down to previous day value low at 24s, but I don't know if we get there on this attempt. Like I said, it's a very the lack of offer down here is right. I just think we might need to trap liquidity a bit higher to go lower first, but we'll see. I'm flat. I only had one contract from that 010 into 040, and now I'm just waiting to see which way we breach. I am expecting some sort of take above these highs at 50-60 area, and then we'll watch to see if sell side like takes in there, and then if we can flip below. But that's purely speculative. I'm just waiting. There's not enough info for me on this current candle. Yeah, I think we just have to take out those highs at 50-60, and then we'll see if we absorb into that and trap, and then enter back down, or if it fails. Yeah, let's see what they do here. He called him a coward. Whenever I see that kind of like lack of desire at our lows, I'm like, all right, we're gonna have to do some fuckery up into our highs first. At least take out these wick highs here, and then we'll figure out what we're gonna do. It's just, it kind of is what it is. Whenever you see something like that, kind of think of, like, okay, it's not. We didn't get the immediate shift down. It's like, okay, well, we'll do some sort of like liquidity grab above, and then see if we trap here or if it flips. Yeah, it's very sketch. Just let them figure it out. Pushing into our ES POC of previous candle. NQ's got a bit of room. We're just watching to see what they do as we push into this. Getting spam called like crazy today. Watching Russell into VWAP. Jesus. Remember, we're just filling an LVN, right? So we're watched to see if they take in size here, and if we push back below, trapping, or if this is just holding on our lows. We already knew that 900 was where that bid was resting, right? There's no change there. We have a very clear rotation on our 15-minute. Again, all we're watching is how we're interacting in between this participant here into our 30K to like 020 and our 900 low. And we're watching to see if we can make a lower high here, trapping some sort of liquidity into this area, and then entering back into this little distribution that we made, right? Or if it's just going to do a full rotation, that's fine as well. If the bid is still willing to defend 900s, right, like that's also really great information that we're then getting. If that's the low, then that's the low, right? Like, well, there's no reason to continue to try to force something, but I think that's just a relationship between these lows here and these highs here, right? So as we push into them, what do we do, right? Now that we're filling this LVN, I want to see if we're going to trap this liquidity, and then if we get back into this little micro range that we have, right? And that would be that entry back in off of a trap here. Hmm. 2.5 minutes until the 15s, just inside candle. Watching again to see if we are trapping liquidity off of a failure to get back into this upper area, and then failing to bid here at this edge. We're watching our like 40-50 on retest to see if that holds, or if we flip back in, trapping this liquidity here where we thought. Holding so far. RTY pushing up. Full oscillation, it looks like. So the bid will try to continue to defend this 40 to 50 area and try to rotate us up to like 30,000 again. We have new 15s opening in 15 seconds. We're just watching to see if they can continue to bid here at the top of this little distribution, or if this is going to trap and we can then sweep below 40s and then offer it for rotations down, taking out those lows, right? Because then we'll have this trapped liquidity. Watching now, this is where we'll watch to see if this bid is into this 40 to 50, or if we flip, trapping this liquidity here. Should get a reoffer, rotating through this range, trapping the liquidity where we circled, watching to see as we push down into this low. We are now into the bottom of this value area of our previous candle, right? We should find a little bit of a bid, and then that should result in some sort of reoffer and then a take out of our lows because this liquidity is trapped. That'd be the idea. Watch as we test this low. So found our bid into our value low of this little distribution, rotating back through. Again, just watch as we retest into this, I don't know, 40 to 50 area, 35 to 50. Just watch to see what we do. We'd ideally want to see a pretty clear sell and then take out of lows if it's going to do it. Great first target here as we push into 900 from our 40 rejection, just like we talked about. Let's see if we can get below this 900 for this continuation down following our pathing. If we're going to go for any more. This is ES into target as well, into our 24s with the lower high. Hopefully that made sense. I don't know. I mean, there's not really much else to talk about. I've kind of been killing it today. We'll see what we do. But we got our absorption into those highs off that failure. We got our bid at our low of our little range. We got our lower offer, and then we've rotated back down. So now let's see if we can flip this or if this holds. And yeah, I mean, we got to get below this like 890, 900 area for anything more. But good little look above into that LVN failure and then rotation through. Nice, Fudge. Don't force it. You got it. I promise. Our low is at 877.50. We ideally take it, but I mean, this is all great profit from 40s. Huge trade. Let's see if we can take out this low. But again, anything here is just great stuff. I'd leave a runner, see if we can get this breakdown, but always take profits into our wick low, and yeah, claim your points. Good stuff. Until we can get below this, this is where the bid rests, right? So no needs to force it. Great job, Surf. They got you dirty. That's rough, bud. Yeah. Yeah, no need to force. You're good. Nebraska woman hospitalized after a dog in another vehicle accidentally fired a shotgun at her. That's a crazy headline. What? So another hold of our lows here at that 880, 900 area. Rotating right back into our original short location into this 40 to 60. We're watching to see how we interact here into this node edge. ES is trying to go for a higher low bid. Russell rejecting VWAP so far, but everything is trying to find a bid again for another rotation up. I don't really have a huge bias here. I'm just watching to see how we interact as we push back into this, again, this like 40 to 50 area. If we can flip it and bid, awesome, right? Another hold of our lows. But if this rejects again, right, it's the same as before. Just watching this 40 to 50, seeing if offer sits here and we reject down. Just got to keep an eye on it. So, right, same as before, just where this short was. Just watching to see if sell side sits here or not, or if we can flip above. Yeah, I mean, it just feels like Trump conference waiting room, right? It's going to be hard to do anything until this meeting starts. Yeah, I mean, that's what those are, sadly. But it makes sense. When they give you multiple resets, and they make you compete with a bunch of people and allow free accounts to be opened. It's very hard to prevent. Like, they're basically telling you to try to YOLO when they give you resets. Yeah, what I would really like to see is only regular trading hours, and I'd like to see one account and only regular trading hours. I'd be much more interested in something like that than this, like, 24/7, 3 resets at multiple different instruments, full leverage and garbage that people have been doing. It's just not for me. Like, I'm not sitting here for the entire day just trying to scalp this garbage. No, like, what are we doing? That was the problem with, like, the Ninja Trader one as well. Is like, I played it and I would only do RTH for like 2 hours on it, and I still ended up in, like, I don't know, 300 or something place. But it's like, I'm not sitting here all day, and I'm not sitting here all night scalping this garbage. Like, you're out of your mind. For what? For, like, ego? Like, no thanks. I'll just be on my personal account making actual money. Not going to sit here for 48 hours straight, over leveraging, learning bad habits. Sorry. If we flip this and hold, this is going up, not down. Watching our 40 to 50 now, seeing if we can find a bid here. Slight flex. I mean, it's hard, man, because, like, the trading competitions can be really good if you're utilizing them correctly, but as soon as you start comparing yourself to others that aren't trading correctly, right, you've kind of, like, lost the plot, because you're now comparing yourselves to people who are doing a completely different strategy than you, which is, like, the over leverage gamba. And, like, it can work if it's not your money, great, right? But if you're comparing yourselves to them while you're utilizing a strategy that only, gives you a setup, once or twice a day, or maybe not even a singular day, and then you're, like, looking at everyone else's P&L, right? You're chasing P&L and not your actual edge. And it's like, that's really bad for your mental. It can be incredibly bad for your mental. As soon as, like, the dollar value is what you're chasing and not the setup, right? That's when you start to really struggle in the market. Like, for a lot of you, I wouldn't even be looking at your P&L once until the session's over. Yeah, very bad reps. Like, you should be trading your setups. Remember that, like, money is a byproduct of your edge, right? It's a byproduct of the consistency that you're creating and the setups that you're playing. Money will come. But if you're chasing a dollar value, right, and you continue to look at your P&L and be like, oh, I can't take a bad trade because I'm going to lose money, or I didn't make this amount, right? Like, you're chasing the dollar value and not the trade setup, and that's where things get really rough, because now you're in your head, and now every decision you make is based off of the monetary value instead of the probability. Remember, like, this is every opportunity is based off of probability, and so when you're in some sort of competition like that, you're continuously chasing the P&L and not the setup, and that can be incredibly toxic. And people will be like, "Oh, it's just fake, right? It's it's fake trading, or it's not real." But, like, everything that you do, right? Everything that you do
So the
while
White
you're
House on
trading,
Iran says negotiations are
you're building
proceeding nicely.
habits, right? You're building habits. And so, like, even in paper, even in those kind of competitions, you need to be trading the way that you would be trading normally, right? Anything that you don't,
And the White House on Iran says Trump has made red lines clear.
like, you have to be consistent with your strategies, with your motivation, right? You build out these habits, you build out these rituals of how you trade and the reasons why you trade, because it matters. It really does. They're really trying to flip this at this 40 to 60. How's that going for you? Yeah. This is POC of our previous 15 and into our 40. See if they can sustain this, or if this fails. It has to get back over 60 for this to have any meaning, or we're just going to rotate back down again off of another failure here. We're just building out this LVN. It's pretty gross. They're trying to offer this again, 40 to 50. Another full Russell oscillation between our PVC value high and low. Yes, back down to our lows after another rotation. Yeah, I mean, there's really not much here. The offer, again, is just trying to step into this 40 to 50 again. If it can hold that, then we'll rotate back down to 900. If they fail here, we're just going to have to let this area develop, I think. They're really trying. So flippers. This cabinet meeting is 40 minutes late. The market doesn't know what to do. Good offer, hold of our 40 so far, rotating through. Buyer at 910. What does this even mean, man? Full rotation here off of our failure to sustain above. Offer held 40s, rotating back down into our 910, 900. Again, this is where that bid was last. It's our value low of our previous candle here. Be a great first risk off if you're trading off of this 940. And let's see what they do. Just balance. Would you trust an AI agent with your credit card? I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. Pushing back down into our 900 to 880. Again, this has just been our low, and this needs to flip. If you're playing off the 940, 950, entry back in off of the same liquidity again, just offsides. It's your first risk off, or your secondary. It doesn't really matter. Just watch to see if we can flip below this. And yeah, I don't know, man. It's really it. Nothing else to really talk about here. Russell just continues to oscillate. We need to see something new, or this will continue to be the low. These will continue to be the highs. And the bid is still here at this 900, 880 until we can flip it and hold it. Hopefully we get it on this this attempt. Yeah. Bought some drills for my business. I thought they were solid carbide, but it turns out they're just plain steel with the manufacturer's name. Oh my god. Unlucky. Got him. So I'm interested in this low a lot more than the last lows because we have this on the 15, right? Very clear participants outside of value here on this lower distribution. This trap liquidity, right? It's just offered it twice, right? We've trapped into these highs, and that's resulted that on these two rotations we've absorbed above, right? So I'm hoping that with this offer here and then this push down, that we can get something new with this liquidity that's trapped into these highs here. We just need to watch our Russell oscillation to see if it's going to do another one of these, or if we can, flip below and actually do something new as we push into these lows here. So watching our value of our previous candle into 920.
So Trump to a PBS reporter says no Iran sanctions relief for giving up uranium.
Yeah. Yep. Like Ty just said, 920. So we'll watch to see what happens as we push into this. But this is the low. Russell, as long as that's oscillating, I think we're going to be in a tough spot for that continuation look. But we'll see. Gotta flip it. Gotta see the lower offer.
The S&P 500 down 0.1%, the Nasdaq down 0.4%, and the Dow up 0.3%.
20 holding so far. Needs to get below this.
And Trump to PBS says Saudi Arabia should join Abraham Accords.
Or again, I'm just gonna rotate up. Exactly. 920 offer holding, retesting lows. Yeah, it's trying. See if we can hold on the look below. Another hold of our lows, testing into our 20 liquidity. Russell retesting our low of range on reoffer, following pathing. Big test here. $20 offer held, but bid is now trying to defend the higher low at 900s. Watching Russell reject our pivot. If we can get this to actually have the follow through we need on this reoffer, like we have pathed and take out lows, maybe we get our follow through we need on NQ. What's up, poor guy? I think you should do giveaway for views and interact like other YouTubers. I mean, probably, man, but my focus is on trading. If I have to spend like an hour doing giveaways, I'm kind of annoyed. But you're probably right. If I like wanted views, you're probably not wrong. It's hard to compete with these guys who are doing like 17 giveaways a day. You know what I mean? Like, at what point am I just like a giveaway bot and you're not even here because I have any edge? You know what I mean? It's kind of how I feel, at least. It's just it feels kind of gross, not gonna lie, but I get it. But I say you go to their streams, get those free giveaways, and then come to my stream to make some money. You know? Easy. 2 tabs. Full rotation from another hold of our 900 to 880 into our 940 again. Russell just building outside of value, trying to really hold this edge. ES potentially trapping into these lows, watching as we interact into 25s. Just a full oscillation off of another failure on NQ. I don't know why these lows are so strong, but they are, and we've identified them, right? So just watch to see what we do here again into our 40 to 50. Until we can flip and hold, we'll just continue to believe it's oscillation. RTY should start to lead down, and then we'll get a directional decision. This reoffer should determine it, I would assume. Just gotta be careful with ES with this this retest here, right? Because we have this building now where they're gonna try to defend this edge to try to push us back up into these highs. Just watch to see what they do here.
Iran's fast news says Trump may unilaterally announce success at talks, but member of Iranian negotiating team says unresolved issues remain.
Again, there's just really not much here between... Oh, the meeting just started.
So we are expecting Trump's cabinet meeting to start.
I'll post the link.
Has now started. A reminder, the video is on the feed for those interested.
Again, just rotating between our 40 to 50 on NQ and our 90 to 880. Needs to flip and hold aside, or we'll continue to just rotate here while we wait for Russell to figure out if it's going to hold this pivot to the downside. Yeah. Those guys are in it for the money from viewership. Yeah, it's tough, man. Later, Ty. It's hard because, like, I'd love to be a bigger prop firm affiliate to give you guys great deals. But it also, like, sucks because then you're, like, stuck in that, like, affiliate marking where you're just, like, that guy, right? Where you have to, like, just constantly shill it. And it's, like, less about the trading and more about just, like, shilling firms. And that just, like, doesn't feel great to me. Like, it'd be great to have, like, another source of income. You know? Like, that'd be sick to have, like, a passive form of income from that, but... not at the expense of my trading or like your trading, right? No, I mean, I'm not that guy. I would never be that guy. I can't do it. I do not have it in me to be a salesman. I'll be right back. We're just watching our 40 to 50 here again on NQ after our higher low hold at 900s. Russell still holding below our pivot. ES trying to bid at this top of structure here for rotations up. Just gotta wait for this to finish auctioning. Trump's speaking right now. New 15s opening now. Still just holding within our range. New 15s at our 40 to 50. It's just GoodRx with a different label on it. So if you've heard of GoodRx, it's just the same thing. It's just they put Trump's name on GoodRx. He just says the same 10 sentences over and over again. It's crazy. Hey. Holding value of our previous candle so far on NQ. Potential for us to come back up to this POC and this offside liquidity up at like 65 to 80. But so far, again, just offer is trying to take in size at 40s. But again, we're holding our value, making higher lows ever since we maintained our 880 to 900. So just really watching this, especially with ES also holding our value of our previous candle, as well as just this this box, right? Like we're talking about, we're holding this low of the top of balance of this little auction that we had down here. Watching to see what we do. I'm assuming we're just coming back up into this liquidity here at 65 to 80. Russell still just holding below, which is interesting. But NQ trying to flip this 40 to 50 again. Watch to see if we can successfully build this time, or if they trap again. I don't know. We'll just keep an eye on the same pattern, right? The pattern has been pretty easy, which is any look above this 40 to 50 has been taken in, and then we've rotated back down to 900, right? So we will just continue to watch to see what they do here.
Trump says Iran is intent on a deal. So he is speaking live at the cabinet meeting, and the video is on the feed. Trump says not there yet on an Iran deal.
Again, Russell holding, very weak. Any look
Says we're not satisfied with it.
Rejected. We'll just be watching to see what they do here again. Into this liquidity above.
Trump on Iran says maybe we go back and finish it, maybe we don't.
What does that mean, man?
Trump on Iran says I've had great support from other nations.
Don't chase it, man. I promise you, you're gonna be in a bad position if you try to chase it. It'll either happen or it won't today, right? It'll be all right. You did all that work to get to that point. You should have full confidence in yourself that you can make $140. You got all the way up there on your PT. Just play the setups. Just a range trade for right now. Trump speaking. We don't have a catalyst. We don't have anything to play off of. We still might have another short there, but we don't have speed, right? Trump speaking right now. We got nothing. We're just coming back up into this 15-minute POC on NQ, right? Into this 65 to 80 like I talked about. Remember, every short that's been good so far has been a trap up into these highs, into that 60 to 80. We've absorbed, and then we've rotated back below 40s off of that with that trapped liquidity. Look left. Every single one is at an initiative seller that stepped in and pushed us back below 40s, right? What did we have here? Initiative seller that pushed down after trapping, initiative seller that pushed down, and then we got a reoffer at 40 on both of them. That has resulted in a rotation back down to our 880. So we'd love to see the same thing again, where we push up into this, and then we have an initiative seller that pushes below 40, and then reoffers for that same rotation if it's going to happen. No reason to be, crazy here. We watch for the sell side to initiate, and then we play the reoffer. Yes, holding our pivot, rotating up, back to the POC to value of this candle as well. We'll watch to see what happens. RTY testing our edge still. NQ coming up into our POC to value where we absorbed on the last attempt. We'll watch to see what they do here. We held value of our previous candle, just rotating back up off of another failure at our lows. We need to see trapped liquidity for that to be a sell, or we'll have a right side of V instead, right? Just gotta watch to see what they do here. They're currently trying to take in into 72s. Bid is still in play, but offer is trying here into 70 to 80. This will be a big test for us, guys, because Russell is trying to do the rotation again off of getting back in, and NQ and ES are at our top of ranges. So if Russell is able to sustain here, this will give us room to actually push up on NQ and ES, right? Because we'll have new fuel. So we're really just watching to see how they want to interact here. Again, it is the meeting. We don't know what exactly is going to happen or if we're going to be able to get anything new, but if we were going to, I would assume that it would be as we retest into these highs, right? Can Russell now sustain here is going to be the question. If it can, right, we're going to be in a great position for this full rotation on RTY to be taking place for new fuel for upside. We are trading within this upper structure now on NQ. We're watching to see if they can build here. If they can, we are able to go up instead of down, right? We are trading within where this absorption occurred on the last attempt. What happens here? Do we absorb again or do we rotate back down? We'll have a good understanding soon. Same thing on ES into our POC to value here. Either sell side sits and they'll rotate us back down to this POC, or we'll be able to show interest at our value edge and then rotate up. Unsure at its current place. All we know is we're at the top of our range. We are watching to see what they do. Do they want to do something new or do we do another rotation down? Our previous buyer, our most recent buyer, I should say, is at 70 to 80. So as we push back down into this from our 30K to 020, which is what we shorted originally, right? We'll watch to see if a higher bid steps in here or if we'll rotate back below, trapping this bid. Again, it's just a retest of our value of our previous candle on the 15, but it's also where our buyer took last, right? So as we push down into this guy, let's see if we put in a higher low and defend this edge, or if this flips and then we get anything that's actually playable. Just into our top of range. Very slow market into midday. book is so thin. Good bid so far off our 70 to 80, rotating back up. Good hold. We are trading within this also this higher node, right? Previous sells are now trying to be supportive, right? That's all that we're trying to do here, with Russell holding our edge. Very slow market. They're still taking into 30K, but we are trading between our last known buyer, again at that 70 to 80, and our offer that is very clear at this 30,000 to 020. Bit of a snoozer. Good hold on Russell, good push. If we can continue to sustain the 70 to 80 and get over this 20, we'll head up into 50 to, I don't know, 70 pretty quick. Just really watching to see what we do here. They're trying to
Secretary of State Rubio says Trump's preference is to negotiate with Iran.
We're watching this Russell oscillation.
As we continue to work on Iran diplomacy.
We're holding value of our previous candle on the 15, right? Nothing's invalidated here. There's no trap yet. We're taking in size, right? It's the top of our range. They are trying.
Rubio says we'll see in the next few hours and days about Iran progress.
So the only areas that we're going to have a potential short are going to be on this full Russell oscillation on a loss of momentum here. If NQ can't get out of this range, right? If we just continue to take in at 30K to 020 while RTY does its full oscillation and loses momentum, then it's like, oh, okay, well, nothing's changed. And then we have full market participation then for a short, right? We don't want a mixed market trying to short. We want to see a very clear failure at our highs, a lack of desire to push higher. And then that loss of momentum on Russell would then result, right? And then a full rotation back down, giving us another oscillation for trades to play on NQ and ES. We just need to see how they're going to interact, right? Like all we're doing right now, and I hope this is clear, is trading within this structure here, from this to this, right? We are trading within this upper structure, right? We're holding these lows now again, which is where the sell side was defending before, right? On these retests, we were failing to get back in and then rotating down. We were failing to get back in and then rotating down. So we're now finding a bid on these lows and we're rotating back up into these highs, right? This is the current auction between our 980 and our 020, like we talked about. And while that's happening, RTY is holding this pivot again and a rotation up, right? We need to see how we're going to interact here, and if we can flip this like we have drawn, we are holding our value of our previous candle. We're pushing up into these. We need to see if we can start to sustain here. If we can, we'll go up into this, like, again, like 070, 060 area. Just for the reversion trade off that failure at our lows.
And Rubio says we'll give negotiated and diplomatic routes with Iran every chance.
For I didn't mean to do that. For ES, this is our full rotation, right? We're just back up into these highs from our low hold and are just pushing into that POC to value. So it's the same trade as on NQ. As NQ is trading into this 30K to 020, we're watching ES here into our POC to value high here of this range as we just oscillate back up into these highs where we saw lots of sell side taking in. Just, it is what it is. You have to expect a different market state, right? Because it's lunch. Volume has kind of died. Volatility has died. We have a cabinet meeting going on right now. We are doing our oscillation into our highs.
Secretary of State Rubio on Venezuela says 10 million barrels of oil have been delivered to the US.
And we just watch to see if they fail to sustain up these highs, right? Giving us a trade. Or if we're able to sustain and then push. Either way, a trading opportunity will show itself.
And Secretary of State Rubio says Cuba is in a lot of trouble.
We had a beautiful trading morning. No reason to give back your gains while the same opportunities are not available, right? Just wait for the setup. That is your job. Offer is really trying to defend this 30,000 and push us below 980.
Pakistan Prime Minister's office says the Prime Minister received a phone call earlier today from the Iranian president.
Really keeping our eye on that 30K. If NQ wants to continue to defend that and then we sweep below, that'll definitely be worth watching for the oscillation back down to like 950, 940. Again, we've already identified that we have a seller sitting 20 to 30, right? We just need to now watch to see what we're going to be. Are we going to be able to continue to maintain this lower high here? Can we get below? If so, right, we'll watch for that. Push below for this rotation down to 40. Got to get below 80s though. Show interest. 40 seconds, 2015s.
Trump says we're working hard to get California oil reserves open again.
Bid continues to remain at 80. Offer continues to remain at 30,000. We need to get over our 020 for any sort of like excitement upside, and that gives you maybe 30 points into 050, 060. They are currently trying to absorb here. We are watching to see if Russell has one last leg up or if they're going to hold. Sell side needs to be able to sweep below 80s for this to feel good so that we can get back into our previous range. Or again, we're just sustaining here exactly where we thought we would, right? It is the previous highs are now trying to hold the supportive. We are holding where our previous seller absorbed buyers, right? We identified them here at our 60 to 80. This used to be our previous high, right? We are now watching buyers defend it, right? This needs to flip if we're going to get back into our previous range, trapping this liquidity. We know that our seller was sitting at 30,000 to 020. We can see them on footprint. We know that we have to get below this 80 and sweep below if we're going to do the lower rotation. So until then, right, we are trapped here, waiting for a decide to be decided. Pathing is on screen. back to our 80 from our 30,000 offer, like we just talked about. It is a 20-point range trade right now, with our offer sitting at 30K to 020, and our bid sitting at 080. Need to flip that for more, or the buyers will continue to sustain here, and then we will look for continuation potential over our 020 for that rotation up to 070. It just is what it is. Industrial strength. Holding so far. Let's see if we can get this push. My sound just went out. I don't know why. Good hold so far on our push above. Should rotate up into our structure here. Following our plan off our hold of our 80s. There we go. Following our pathing.
US Defense Secretary Hegseth says Iran can't build drones or ships now.
Everything got moved over. This sucks. Fudge, man, you're scaring me.
Hegseth says no Iranian tanker around the globe is safe.
Watching to see if we get a secondary bid here at our 20 for this push up into our previous day value high after our hold of our previous day POC and our 80s, right? Everything is playing to plan. We failed to push back into previous rotations. We held our balance high, right? We're pushing back up into our PVZ value. We're watching to see if we get this last leg up with Russell. Can we get this move? We shall see. We held our 80s. No change.
The Fed bids 4 5-year notes totaling $10.3 billion.
Almost to our reversion area off of our flip of our 20s. Watching as we push into this 50 to 80 like we talked about. Holding POC of previous candle, just pushing up into previous day value off of, again, our hold. Watching to see what we do. Can we get this last leg? I hope so. I just don't understand what's happening. Like, we're doing exactly what we just talked about. Like, I don't understand why there isn't a trade. Just took first off into 45s off of our flip of 020, giving you a free 25 points, just like we talked about on the reversion back up. Let's see if we get the full move up into PVZ value at 90 and our previous day value high at our 80, right? That is where we are headed if we can sustain this look above. What did we see? What did we say we needed to see for the short setup? We had to get back below 80s, right? And hold that 80 to 60 for offer off of a failure here. So what are we doing right now? What does this look like? What do we see happening? Are we in the balance that we just traded for the last 2 hours? We're coming back up to these highs, yeah? But are we below this guy who we were trading around before? Right? This is the trade that we just took over and over again. This was the trade. So what are we doing? What do we need to do to get back into this rotation? Maybe to offer it, right? So what does it mean if we're sustaining it instead? Like this, like I don't understand why you're trying to force a direction when it's just like, if we're holding 80s, that's where the bid is, and then we look for 20s, and then we look for the rotation up. If there is no offer and look down, then there's no rotation to look below. Right?
Trump says we're doing a lot of business with China now.
That's it.
Says it's profitable business we're doing with China.
Right? Yeah. Are we sustaining on the 15? Are we doing what we need to do? Yeah, we're holding exactly what we talked about, which is this is where that offside participant was that we were playing around for the short side, right? We are now holding that as supportive. And where are we headed? Well, we're heading up to our reversion target, right? Into 50 to 80. That's where the last seller, the major seller was.
Treasury Secretary Bessent says real GDP has risen 2.7% over the past 4 quarters.
Can we see that on footprint as well? That's where that major seller was? Yeah, right. That's why I took off into 45, because we have that big boy at 50. And it's like, oh, okay, well, if we can sweep through it...
Bessent says prices are transitory and oil will be lower when the war ends.
Here's another way to look at this that might be an easier visual if that wasn't good enough for you. Let me delete everything. Let's turn off indicators. And let's put a fixed range on this. This is our lower distribution. This was our upper distribution. And let's put one more just on this.
So in just less than 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $70 billion in 5-year notes. The prior high yield was 3.955% and the prior bid to cover was 2.33.
Do you see how we come up with this 60 to 80 here? Of where we need to flip? Do you see how we're just trading within this structure here beforehand? Where we're just trying to build outside of where these guys were caught off outside of this value, and where we rotated the full value back down to the lows, and how we're just trading between this guy and this guy. And this is just trying to show acceptance outside of this balance for a push up. And this gives us our target, which is that value high. And we can then look to just trade into this. Do you see that or no? Right? So like we know that this is where price wants to go if we try to find acceptance outside and we take off risk into it. And then if we flip back below, well, we're going to be looking for that reoffer here at that 60 to 80 for the rotation back down to our 900 to 880, right? Off of the POC test. And then the reoffer of that 60 to 80 area on the entry back in, giving us a trade. Right? Pushing it in, offer, rotation from a look outside. Until then, we're trying to find acceptance outside and we're rotating back up. It's just a value rotation. We've created two clear distributions, right? This upper and this lower. What did we see happen on Russell during that same period? Well, we failed to find acceptance outside of our value, right? They tried very hard, but we flipped back in. That led to an upside move, right? So they tried to sustain this low. They failed to do so. We entered back in, found a bid, and then rotated back up to our highs. Now we're watching to see if they're going to be able to do anything new. Can we sustain these highs or not, right? Same thing, just like we saw in NQ. Can RTY now do that as well, right? Can we find a bid here to rotate us up? Or does this fail and then get back in and then rotate us down? I don't know, but we're at our edge. Let's see, right? But with that failure at our lows and the lack of desire to push below, right, we're just rotating higher back to our previous auctions because there was no desire to push lower. So if there's no desire to push lower and buyers continue to defend and sellers continue to fail, then we'll rotate back up to where the auction previously was successful, right? Did Mario say he wasn't coming on? I know it's a short week, so I don't know what his schedule is. What's his, did he say he was coming on today or no? It's a short week, so I didn't know. Usually on short weeks, he does every day. Okay.
Trump says the Strait of Hormuz will be open to everyone. No one will control it. Trump says Oman will behave or we'll have to blow them up. So keep in mind, one news wire is saying that Trump said Oman will have to behave or we'll blow them up. Another news wire is saying that Iran will have to behave like everyone else. So contradictory reports here. So keep in mind, we're shortly expecting the pre-sale when issued yield for the 5-year note auction.
No, Oman.
Trump says at the right time we'll release boats from the strait. And says gasoline prices will come down like before. Treasury when issued 5-year yield 4.181% ahead of the auction.
So we went to our reversion target into our 50-minute VWAP, found a seller immediately, pushed back down to our 80 to 60. Our seller is trying again here at our 30,000 to 020. They are trying to hold us here once again. Off of this retest, we are watching to see what's going to happen here. Again, it's just they're trying to lower it with this liquidity trapped above. Our buyer is still here into the 60 to 80. We're watching to see if sell side can defend this and rotate us back down, or if we can hold and get back above this guy. We'll be watching to see if sellers are able to successfully absorb into this and then sweep below to defend for a rotation back through now that we've done our reversion trade, or if the bid is able to successfully sustain here at our 60 to 80. And yeah, it's just we gotta watch. No change. We're watching to see what they do. Offer is definitely trying to sweep us below, though.
So to clear up the confusion on the Oman-Iran headline, so Trump was commenting in response to a question about Iran and Oman controlling the strait. So he says, Oman will have to behave or we'll blow them up, and he says Iran will have to behave like everyone else as well. So seeing the 5-year note auction now, the 5-year win issue, 5-year high yield was 4.182%, 4.182%, with a bids cover of 2.34, 2.34. So the US sold $70 billion and awarded 75.22% of bids at high. The primary dealers take 12.8%, direct 12.34%, indirect 74.85%. Trump says not talking about easing sanctions on Iran. So this confirms what he said in his PBS interview earlier today. Trump also says, I'm not comfortable with Russia or China taking Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium. Trump says Iran is starting to give things they have to give us.
What?
Trump on the Iran timeframe says it happens quickly. Trump on Iran says we may have to close it out very quickly.
This is our target into our 40 to 50. We watch for a slight bid, and then we watch to see if we'll get a solid reoffer as we push back in off of this failure at 30,000 and our push down. Just move your stops down, and let's watch to see what they do. We have a full oscillation that we can do now that we have followed our pathing off of trapping a liquidity above and then holding our lows. We're rotating down into this POC. We should see a bid here at 35s, and then we'll watch for a reoffer into 60 to 80, ideally, if they don't just do the full rotation down into 900s. It makes for a great risk off, and again, just like we talked about, we'll watch to see if we now offer this and then rotate. If 40 to 50 holds, then we don't need to do the full oscillation. We can go down to 80 to 900 just like before. So let's watch to see if they do that, if they hold our POC as resistance here. It's the same trade as before. It's the same range as before. We just don't know if we're going to need to do the full, if we defend 40 to 50 or if we need to come back up into 80. Right now it looks like 40 to 50 will be defended. If it does, then we look for 900 to 880. Antifa signs. Holy.
The S&P 500 turns negative now, last down 0.21%.
Full rotation here on Russell off of another failure, pushing back down into our lows. Same thing with NQ into our lows, where we found a bid over and over and over and over again on the day into our 900 to 880. This is your next target. Not great reoffers on the re-entry, but yeah, it kind of makes sense. Just a full rotation of our value off of the failure to sustain above. I'd expect a bid here. Let's see what they do.
Trump says a gas tax holiday is something we might talk about.
Just watch your reoffer into 40 to 50, just like before when we were doing this rotation from our lows. Same as before. This is your most aggressive reoffer, would just be that. If you're playing off of 900s, this is your first risk off as we push into 40. 35s.
Trump in the framework deal with Iran says the Strait of Hormuz would open immediately. I didn't do this to get a bad agreement. Says the deal has got to be perfect.
Good offer where we wanted it. Russell a little bounce at our bottom of range, which is why we were looking for that bid. Watching to see how we interact here now on our secondary attempt to look below.
Trump
Russell
says,
under
I'm not
pivot.
sure we should make an Iran deal if there's no Abraham Accords.
Watching NQ again into our buyer here. We already know that they're very active here into our lows. We need to see this flip and hold if we're going to do anything new, or they will continue to try to just bid this.
Trump on Iran repeating that I think we're doing well in terms of the talks. Trump says we have things understood now with Iran.
$30 seconds, 2015s.
Trump now ends remarks at the cabinet meeting.
Guys, I hope you're joking, but like all of these moves have been very clear when they're going to happen and where they're going to happen. Like, it has nothing to do with you going to lunch. It has nothing to do with anything. It's literally just a break back into our previous structure. There's no market maker out to get you. You literally just left because you didn't understand where we were trading or why we were trading where we were. It's a lack of fundamentals. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with the time. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's just us failing to sustain above. We rotated back below. It is what it is. There's nothing. No one's out to get you. The only person that's out to get you is you. Pushing into our offer now off of our hold of our 900 880, rotating into our stacked imbalance off our last 15-minute candle and into the value high of our previous 15. Again, just into this 40 to 60 area. We're watching to see if this sweeper is going to maintain across the board or if we're going to do full rotations up. Sell side needs to be pretty adamant here, or again, we're just going to do the same rotations like we did before, and it's going to be a continuation of our balance. So let's see if sell side is willing to shove it or if it's going to do another full rotation up. Trump's meeting is over now, so maybe something can happen. Russell held our oscillation low, rotating up. Coming up into our supply now on NQ, like we just talked about, into our value high of our previous candle at 48. This 48 to 60 area is where we're watching to see if they're going to slam it down or if we're just going to continue to do balance. It is okay to take a break, man. You didn't miss much. You just missed a rotation. It's not the end of the world. Go eat your food. Reset your brain. Come back for the afternoon session. There's no reason you need to be trading the midday session and thinking that you're missing out. You guys scare me when you guys talk like this. The amount of opportunity we found in the morning is insane. And then you miss out on like one rotation midday, and it's like, I need to be here. And like, no, like you don't need to be glued to your screens 24/7. The reason you're trading is not to replace your 8-hour job with another 8-hour job. Full range rotation on NQ into our 80s, or to our 60s, sorry. 60 to 80 offer is the top of balance here from our hold of our 900 to 880, which we established multiple hours again. Full balance rotation here with Russell sustaining our lows and rotating back up. Manley says, awesome calls, got lows and out on the high rotation and short again, both direction. What's not liked about those calls? Dinner time. Good job, man. Yeah, balance until proven otherwise. Good stuff. Maybe I should let the business phone go to voicemail during my dedicated 2-hour trading window. I mean, it's I don't know. All I know is that if your best opportunities come during lunchtime, I don't know about that. It's like either you're a morning trader or if you're an afternoon trader, but midday is no one's a good trader. It's a perfect time to go get lunch. Like, you're not missing out on anything crazy. Here, like, this is my P&L for the day off of balance. I'm a balance trader though, for the most part. Like, I'm good in momentum, but I'm good in like pretty I don't know. I really enjoy balanced markets. I'm just used to it at this point, but like, I want to show you, like, you can see my P&L dip as we get closer to midday because the opportunities, right? Like, you can see I'm starting to take more L's. Like, we're still positive, right? Our curve is still good, but we're starting from this morning, right? From 10 to 12. We can see that I'm taking more L's off of failures to actually get through. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like you have edge in a clear area. Trade where you perform well, take less trades, take less leverage, right? On the areas where you don't. My trading window is from 10 to 12 for the most part. Right? This is my window of opportunity where I understand the market. And then after this, the market gets gross. And then we have to wait until like 2 for things to get better. And then that's the afternoon market. But there's a really handy tool that I created called period value zones that tells you where potential regime shifts will happen throughout the day, where we tend to see inflows and outflows that change or shift markets, right? So if I go and put my handy dandy indicator on, do you see where we have these symbols on the bottom on our PVZ indicator? Let me turn off drawings. So on average, our first reversal on the day happens around this point, 10 o'clock, as we push into our highs. And you can see our reversal happening into our PVZ value high once we've established that, right? So we're trading into our value high. We usually get a reversion that results in a rotation back down, right? Our IB close, we usually get another reversion where we get participation starting to step back in. And you can see our IB close resulting in rotations back up. And you can see then we usually have another period at 11 o'clock, which results in another rotation where inventory starts to step back in and we're resulting for a push back into our value, right? And then we have our Euro close, which results in another catalyst for rotations, right? So you can watch these periods of time to see what's going to happen. This is our lunch period where price is oscillating or rotating between our known participants. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's god awful. We don't know, but we're trading between PVZ. And then where's our end of lunch? And where's our afternoon first reversal? We're on 2 o'clock, right? So this is the end of our lunch period where we expect choppy price action or rotations between value. And then our first reversal, where we're going to be looking for big volatility to step back in and liquidity to step back in, is coming up, right, into 2 o'clock. These are all built in. We can go back and we can go see like how the market reacted around these periods of time on previous days as well. But you can see like second reversal, right? Our IV close. Like these are big catalysts that result in big moves. And we watch to see our interactions around our value edge, which is, again, our PVZ indicator. These results and major catalysts. And we use these to create ideal areas to be looking for trades. So if you wanted to block out a period of time, like, yeah, there's potentially rotations here that can occur and you may be able to get these moves. But if you think that just because there was movement, that there was a trade that you would have actually taken, then you kind of are missing the plot still. Because just because we have movement doesn't mean you had a setup that was in your playbook that you would have been comfortable playing. Movement doesn't equal edge, right? Like you have no edge just because the market is moving in a direction. Would you have found a trade here to take? I don't know. Go back and look. Was the setup there that you missed? I don't know. I don't know what your playbook looks like. I know what my playbook looks like. I know what I teach and what I talk about and what I was looking for, right? And I played this rotation down, and then we played our bid into our lows for the balance play, right? Because these are obvious pivots that we've found on the day, right? Where we found this these areas of interest for me, right? But like I don't know where. You need to go back and look and be like, oh yeah, I would have found this. I would have found X, Y, and Z. This is my play. I missed it. I should set alerts next time so that I know. But like if you just see movement and you're like, oh yeah, I know I would have captured that movement. I missed it, right? Like because I capture every move that we get. Like what are we talking about here? Like, was there a setup that you have that's in your playbook that you would have found and been able to play off of? If so, then yeah, like, okay, that sucks that you missed that. That was an opportunity. But if there wasn't, then like, what, is your ego that big that you think that if you were here, you would have been able to capture this move, regardless if there was a setup or not, just because movement happened? Is that what you're telling me? Because that's what it sounds like. And if that's what it sounds like, and that's what you're trying to describe, it's like, okay, man, like, what are you, like, show me what you would have taken. Remember, your job isn't to capture every rotation, and it's to find the rotations that make sense to you, that you have edge and meet your probabilities, right? If you can see the balance and you're willing to play the balance and understand that price is going to rotate back through once we enter back in, like, yeah, there's a fucking setup here. If not, right, like there's, I don't know. Again, I don't know what your playbook is, and I don't know what you're looking for. All I see is very clear rotation between this upper distribution here. Oh, it's a little thick. We can do a little bit better than that. This upper, really? Oh, it's the other way. Okay. This upper distribution here into this POC to value from the this morning, right? And then this lower one down here. And we rotated in between and we failed, right? There was an auction state where we tried to build above and we rotated up. We were unsuccessful in our push above. We tried to sustain into our value edge here. This failed and flipped. Right, we were rotating between this guy and this guy. We were trying to sustain here. We can see that attempt. What happened on the failure at our lows here? I'm going to highlight this. Well, we shifted, right? A very clear shift that happened. I'm going to turn off everything so you can see this. Hide indicators. right? We failed. We rotated back up to our highs here. We pushed back below, we offered it, and we flipped, and we rotated back down. And now we're attempting again to get back in. If we can sustain, great. Then we can look for these rotations back up. But if this fails, right, all we're going to be doing is absorbing in here, looking for that lower offer, and then that rotation back down. Because we know that this is where liquidity is present, right? We need to show a very clear flip here to get back above. Why can't I delete that arrow? Above this edge where our seller was last. Or we're going to absorb here. So now we're looking for absorption, and we're looking for sellers to defend this edge of our top of our balance. Look what happened last time we absorbed here, right? These were two failures that we saw that then resulted in full rotations down. So what are we going to be looking for here? Well, we're going to watch to see if they absorb here again and then try to sweep below for the full rotations, or if we can flip back above and start to sustain above that 80, right? That's all we got. Either we continue to maintain balance, right? Or we shift outside and then try to rotate back up to our previous auction. What's Magnus playing in? Is he in a tournament right now? Norway. For those of you guys who are like chasing P&L still, I think that you really do need to like reevaluate. Like at no point should you really be looking at your P&L on the day. Like that was the first time I looked at my P&L today, and it was just to give you an example. Like if you're a P&L watcher, it's not great for mental, and it's also counterintuitive. Like either you have setups or you don't, right? Like if you're chasing the P&L and you're chasing your L's or your wins right on the day, like it's going to be a struggle. Like you either have a setup or you don't. You play your setup or you don't. I think the people that are struggling still are the ones that are still looking at that number and not looking at the setup itself. And I would encourage you to really develop, maybe aftermarket or in the next couple of days, whatever is going to work for you. But you need to go back and find the plays that you're the most comfortable in and write them down and take examples of them. Take screenshots of trades that have worked, right, of that setup, trades that have not worked, right, that have failed, that you were stopped out of. And you create a visual library of those setups, and you only trade those setups. And you can expand on that. Maybe you start with 1 or 2, and you're only looking for that setup, only looking for that rotational trade, only looking of that thing. And you are going to sit on hands until you see that thing, and you will take that trade. And you can, once you are successful with the first couple, right, and you have lots of documentation and you've been able to successfully trade those and make money, right, and you've shown that you have edge, then you can expand on it and increase the amount of setups that you take. But until you can accurately define and put clarity on a scoring, right? A plus, B plus, C plus, what kind of setup it is within your structure that you're trading, the parameters within what you're trading. You should not be just like trading rotation after rotation, because you're basically just flipping a coin, right? If you have no edge, you're flipping a coin. So like if you're chasing a dollar or a monetary value and you're not trading the things that actually give you edge, then you're going to inevitably fail. Maybe you'll be okay in the beginning. Maybe, things will work out and you'll get lucky first couple trades. But like you do not have consistency because you have no consistency in the trades that you are taking in the first place, right? Maybe you get lucky. Maybe the coin flips and the 50-50 plays out. But you won't have consistency in your profit because you don't have consistency in what you are trading. It's hard to create a scenario in which you make consistent money if you don't even know why the fuck you're trading, what you're trading. Make sense? So when you're like chasing like, oh, I need to make this X amount of money, it's like, okay, well, if a setup occurs and it's within your system, then you'll make the money. If a setup doesn't occur, then you didn't take a trade, you didn't lose any money, and you'll wait the next day for when the setup does occur, and then you'll make the money, right? But you flipping a coin, closing your eyes and pressing buy or sell is not going to meet that objective for you. I don't know who needed to hear that, but hopefully it was helpful. Like, let's be rational about this. Have a good one, Basil. Retesting our edge off of a failure at 80s. Just failure to push into that upper distribution like we have shown on screen. Right? Just failure at POC to value. We're watching to see if sell side can sweep below for rotations back down, or if this is going to hold. It is incredibly slow, but we are seeing some two-sided trading here. Buyers trying to defend the edge, right? Trying to hold this. Same thing on ES. They're trying to hold the higher low. We're just watching to see if they can flip back below, or if we can sustain here and then bid off of this. We don't have a clear answer yet. Again, we're just watching this area to see if they're going to absorb and fail and then rotate us back through, or if they can sustain and start to bid us back up. We know where we're headed. If they can hold us here, we'll be looking for that bid to step in here above this POC and then rotating us back up into these highs, right into our 020 that we've been looking at all day. If this fails, right, we're going to be looking for that lower high, that sweeper down, and then we'll look for the rotations through. We're seeing these POCs in our high. We're seeing these buyers getting stuffed here on our 15-minute. We have an idea of where we would trade if this does fail, right, into our 35.40, to the value of our previous candle. We're just watching to see if they continue to absorb into these highs. We're watching Russell as it comes back down into our lower edge as a potential catalyst to give the market some oomph. We're watching all of that, right? Just watching our edges. Are they going to take in and trap these traders above for this rotation back through? Looks like it, but we'll see, right? Nothing new has happened. We are still just trading and transacting between our two zones. I'm thankful that you spend time with us on YouTube. Every time I watch you, I learn something. I appreciate you, man. So as we push down into here, this is where we'll watch, right? This is that value low that we were just talking about of our previous candle. And this is that POC of that range that we were just trading. So in an ideal world, right, what are we looking for? Well, we're looking for a small reaction here as we push down in, a buyer to step in, and then a seller to defend this offside trader now, these guys, on retest, and then make that lower high for the full transaction through. That's the ideal situation that we're looking for if they are going to actually show that this POC to value high are now our offer, right? We're watching to see from this, do we step in? Do we defend? And then can we rotate through? So we'll watch to see what this interaction looks like as we push into it. You can see that they're trying. Let's see if we get the follow through that we want. But we know where we want these interactions to occur. We have 40 seconds until new 15s, and we have two POCs that have established above price at its current trading point. Dude, it sounds like someone's bowling above me. What is going on? New 15's opening now. Holding our edge so far, but very slow. So the POCs, when I'm talking about that, it's the previous candle. So I'm looking at the POC to value of our previous 15-minute candle when I'm talking about it like that. Or I've established just a fixed range where I saw price kind of like oscillating, right? And that's what these are. So these are just like fixed ranges that where it's like we just created a distribution and then I'll just make a fixed range around that. But when I'm mentioning like the these areas here, this is just a 15-minute footprint chart. So we're just watching to see where like the most liquidity, where liquidity was trading within that candle, where the people found value, and like if the buyers are offsides or not based off of the deltas. So like in trend, I'll show this, but in trend, usually we reject the POC of the previous candle for continuation down, or like in trend to the upside, we'll hold POC of the previous candle for the upside move. And so it can become a very reactive area off of our new 15s to give you a area to look for a trade. We usually see some like liquidity step in on the new 15s. I don't exactly know the reasoning for it, but we tend to see a bit of volatility step in with that open of that candle. And so we'll just watch those areas for that interactivity, right, as we push into them and see if we can sustain below, and we look for the offers there, or we'll look for that to flip and then go supportive for, our longs. And I think that it creates some really great opportunities because it allows you to wait for that new open and then not have to sit in that trade for 15 minutes, right? You wait for the 15 to open and then you look to take that opportunity. So like if you missed a trade, you just wait for the next 15 or 30 minute candle, and we look to see how that area developed, and then we play off of that that very micro development, right? Like that section of the market. We look to see how we trade around it, right? Like, were they able to establish this high, and was the offer able to sustain? If they are, then we'll look for that rotation down. Like, you could do the same thing by just putting like a fixed range on the last 15 minutes. It would give you a very similar idea of what we're watching. But this just allows us to like have a larger picture of like, what's the trend? Is there a trend even? Is there anything that's established? Is anyone off sides, right? Because what we're going through when we talk about this is like, how do we find trades as a one lot warrior, as someone who has no liquidity in the market, right? My trades don't affect price in the sense that I'm not able to move, or influence markets, with my 1 to 5 lots that I trade. And for most of the people that watch these streams, right, like you're on sim, like you have literally zero involvement, right, in the markets. So what we need to do is establish where actual participants are trading, right? And then we watch to see where then everything just becomes a value trade, right? Like, how do we trade within that structure? Do we have a catalyst? Is someone off sides? Can we play around them? If so, right, then we have a potential trading opportunity. Right, all of a sudden, then this becomes our short logic, where we are looking for POC to value high, right, of our previous candle to hold offer, and our first PT is, right, like the value low of this candle, and we're looking for that to continue to hold for this rotation down. And if that breaks, then we can look for that continuation down to this POC where the buying activity was last, right? And then that gives you 2 potential targets based off of this POC to value that we're sustaining. That's kind of the idea. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, now we have structure that we're trading around, and we have clear participants that we're trading around. These buyers in these lows, right? These sellers in our highs with a clear pivot of invalidation. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Like, what we're doing right now is sustaining this bid at our 35.40, which is that value of our previous candle. And if we can't see these guys sweep this soon, right, then we're going to have a very clear higher low, and our trade will get invalidated, right? And we'll step over, and then we'll look for an upside move instead. But we're playing around currently this high, with these guys potentially trapped here. And that's the idea. And that just gives you an opportunity with like clear risk to reward, with a clear understanding of why you're doing what you're doing, right? And something that I talk about a lot, and you're probably not going to hear this from a lot of traders are very anti this, but I take a lot of 1-to-1s for my first opportunity. So if our risk is this, for example, and we're looking to trade into this, we usually take off about half size into our 1-to-1 so that we can make that trade as free as possible, as soon as possible, and then leave our runner for the real movement so that we have consistent returns, and then we leave our runner to then really work for us. And that'll keep us in a positive expectancy. And then we then play for full target on runner. So either you take 2/3 off if you're trading 3 contracts, and then you leave 1 runner for the full move, or you in a more balanced market you can take off full. But like I'm a big fan of that because it locks in profits, and it keeps our risk then pretty minimal if we're just trading off of structured areas, and then we take off into first target. But that's kind of the idea. This is very flat with Russell holding. It's a very hard area to try to trade. I think we probably squeeze if we take out those highs at 90. But if they continue to remain, then no change. Just rotating between our offers that sits here and back down to our 35.40. It's an insane view. I don't think I've ever stepped foot in Utah. This is the second time you've said Moab. Moab, Utah. I don't know anything about that. Oh yeah, it looks gorgeous. It's like the Colorado Red Rocks on steroids. Moab, is that what it's called? Sorry. Thank you. Bid over 90 as they're trying. Let's see what they do. Russell still within our structure. Incredibly slow market. This flip is going to be incredibly important to let us know which way we're going to go. We're now trying to sustain above value of our previous candle off the failure, and the bid is really trying to eat through this guy. If we can establish above, then we've succeeded at holding our mid, and now attempting the bid here at our highs for the rotations back through our balance. Incredibly important area. Russell flat during this entire thing. Yeah, that looks terrifying in a semi. That much weight on a hill like that. Yeah, right. What time is it? I'm trying to think of how long I'm going to stay. I don't know. Maybe another like 30 minutes. Really don't like staying from 12 to 2. It seems like such a waste of my time. But I feel like 10 to 12 just doesn't feel like enough time for a lot of you. But that's like all I want to trade, and then I just want to leave, man. So this is really important, what we're doing right now, because what we're trying to do is establish over the same seller that we saw here, right? So if they can establish here at this 80 to 90, it is an incredibly important test. Again, remember, we're trying to establish above value of our previous candle to get back into this range. We have 40 seconds until new 15s. Nothing new has happened. Just chop between our POC of our lower auction, which is what we bounced, and us trying to sustain outside back, or trying to get back into this upper distribution that we're trading in. So let's see what they do. The lower offer failed, right? We had to step up to look for new liquidity. We're watching to see what happens into the new 15. 20 seconds. Timer's right here. You can see ES is just trading within our value rotation. We still have this guy trapped outside. No change, right? Trapped below, trapped above, oscillation in between until we make a decision. Trapped liquidity still, opening below POC, into POC of our previous candle, watching our edge. Again, just chop right now. We need to see something actionable. I still have yet to see anyone that I want to be playing with on the buy side, personally. Good bid so far at our 60 edge. Retesting into POC of previous candle here at 80. I'm just going to be moving this over real quick. go. Give me something actionable. I know I should. I mean, I should have left at 12:30, but now it's like if I leave, the move is going to happen, you know, in the next 30, 40 minutes, probably 30 minutes. And then it's like, oh, why didn't he stay? And then it's just, you know, it's the thing. I don't know, man. I really think like the golden period of trading is from 10 to 12. Everything else is mid. True. So like wise, now that we have this enough of a distribution at this low, we can put a fixed range on this now as well. And you'll see what I mean. Right, we're trading within this value structure. And we can see like that value high is just POC of our previous value. And what we're trying to do is buy side is trying to establish here at 60, which is POC of our current range, right? So if buyers are going to sustain this and do something new, right, they want to continue to be bidding off of this and then looking for a push above this value high structure for a breakout, right? That's what they're going to be trying to doing. So we're going to be looking for active bids to try to step up as we try to backfill into that 60, and then looking for bids and excitement over this 85-90 area as we push into it. That's what the buy side is going to be trying to do. They're going to be trying to establish above this edge, right? You can see that visually. And what sell side is going to try to do is they're going to try to establish below. So what we're looking for is failures to establish above, right? Any sort of trapped liquidity outside like we see here on ES. And we're going to be looking for sell side to try to push us below and then offer this POC to value on retest for continuation down, right? That's what we're watching for. We're looking for trapped liquidity outside of our range, right? And then we are watching our rotations through the range and then looking for secondary buyers or secondary sellers to then interact with. You can play primary interactions, but understand that you're just trading through our value structure to the other side until proven otherwise, right? So you have to take off risk into those areas. All we're trying to do right now is establish, can we hold above for rotations up, or can we hold below for rotations down? And anything in between is just choppy mess. And we're watching our higher time frame to see where that liquidity is currently being, you know, taken in. And we can see like there's this trader who is offsides above. We've identified them, but so far there's been nothing actionable to play off of it. We haven't seen a really solid retest, right? We floated back up. We created that liquidity above, and now we're back to the 60 edge where the buying is trying to hold, right? And so we're just chopping in between here with no clear directional decision being made. What we're trying to establish at this POC. Buy side is trying to hold us. They're trying to flip this, but they've been unsuccessful so far to do anything of meaning. And this entire time, Russell's just been flat at our basing, right? Slowly going down. just garbage price action while we're establishing at our top of balance in our lower range. So again, buy side is really trying to push this and hold it, but we understand that they're also just taking in here. We need to see a very clear established bid above. Or we're just going to continue to do the same oscillation, which is play off of this liquidity here and this liquidity here, and then just oscillate in between until someone decides. Same thing on ES. Valve raised the Steam Deck OLED price from $649 to $949. Oh yeah, you're just about to post it. There you go. So I'm looking at the same thing. That's rough.
So seeing here, Meta shares rise with volume jump after report is launching subscription services, last up 0.9%.
Are you guys gonna watch that new Spider Noir TV show with Nick Cage? Wait, there's going to be a. This is a movie. Robert Pattinson plays Chris Hansen in Primetime, where he runs How to Catch a Predator, where he confronts adult men who think they are meeting. What? They're making a Chris Hansen movie? About time. Surely. We need it. Do you think they're going to talk about why that program ended? I can't even remember the last time I logged into Facebook. They are really trying to establish up here, but God, is it slow. Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't happen here, I'm probably going to dip because it's not going to happen until later then. Or it'll be a move that I don't care about. I'm not staying here for the full session, and it'll be trap me into it. I just can't be bothered. I can't be bothered to sit here all day. See if we can get this establishment above. It's trying. Good hold so far. Russell oscillation almost complete off of another hold of our lows. ES coming up into our highs, watching to see how we interact here. NQ holding POC of previous candle so far. Again, it's such a slow bid. Holy. Slow but steady, higher lows, holding where we thought it would. Off our 60 POC, and then our bid at our value high, like we talked about, pushing into our top of oscillations on both Russell and on ES though. Watching to see what happens here if we lose momentum as Russell completes its oscillation. It's an incredibly slow auction, but it is holding our levels. Just watching now again to see, as we push up into these highs, do we lose momentum again for another oscillation down, or can we do something new? We'd like to establish here, right, a little bit of a pullback and then a bid, holding as we test into this high edge. Let's see what they do. We've gotten our first move off of our low. Now watching to see if we can sustain here. Let me see if I can move this over without, yeah, just so we can see price. Again, just holding POC of previous candle. Our POC to value continues to maintain, rotating up. See if we can establish here. Good job, Jason. Good bid and hold off of our flip, following our pathing, rotating up off of secondaries, pushing into our highs here into our 30 to 50. That is your target where we trapped on the last rotation down. Just look to see why we interact as we push back up into this guy. They're offering 35s. That's where liquidities rests. I have to delete this because I have to move our charts. Sorry. Just pushing into this high. Right. Off of our hold here at our POC and our flip of our pivot here. If you didn't play this flip of our balance high from our low distribution from another hold of 900s at this 60 to 80, and you were playing back into this 50, it's okay. This is either going to oscillate again back down off of another failure here, right, at 50s, or we're going to flip 50s and then rotate up to 120, right, giving you another opportunity. So we're just going to keep our eye as we push back up into these high oscillations and see what we do. But it's nothing to worry about, right? All we did was hold our lows, bid at our highs, fail to sell, hold our edge, rotate back up to highs. Now we'll just watch to see what we do, right? Can we trade back into our open, or do we hold, right, our current balance that we've been trading all day? Until something new happens, right, we have very clear logic on the day. We'll trade back up to our 30-second opening range, right, which is here, where our POC shifted as well. Yeah, I think that's a great trade into our value edge, right? And again, we'll potentially get like, another 30 points here, but it should establish value between like 50 and 80 if it's going to keep going. That'll allow for, some sort of trade like this to happen, where we establish back above previous day value high and current day's value high holds, right? So we'll transact between these two levels. We're currently in year 35, right, which is today's value high, where we rejected last. And if we can establish here between our 80,
So Meta shares quickly jump as much as 2.4%.
We should then be able to head back up to this like 120, 140 area. But we've got to see it first. But that should establish if we can show that interest. PVZ shows you exactly that as well, right? No, that's good. I think that trade was great. And I think where you took profit makes complete sense. It's a full oscillation on Russell as well. So unless we see something new from Russell, it makes sense that we see some supply, take profits here, right? Same thing NES, into our PVC value high. Same as before. If we can flip outside of previous day value and establish that we want to expand, right, then we can go for it. But we got to show interest above for that to make sense, or we'll just reject here. Big size being taken in here on NQ. This is ES and RTY into our 30-second opening range. They've now done the full reversion back to open. This is NQ now attempting to hold our value edge, right, into our target where we sold last. Trying to establish here at our value high. And we're looking to see if we can trade into yesterday's value high. Off of the flip of our VWAP here where we rejected last, right? If we can establish here and find some sort of bid that holds, awesome. Then we'll look for this to then go supportive and look to see if we can sustain above. If not, right, we'll fail here once again and then look for the rotations down for the same balance that we've been trading all day.
NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $88.68 a barrel. That's down $5.21 or 5.55%. NYMEX diesel June futures settle at around $3.59 a gallon. NYMEX diesel June futures settle at around $3.59 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas June futures settle at around $3.04.
I think you should get 80 to 90 here. It looks like they want it. Good take in at 50s, at least so far. Let's see if they can continue to sustain that. So much size being taken here. Just watching our pullback into our area that we have marked as RTY tries to establish above VWAP. Yes, is trying to establish that previous day POC and into these highs. So far, just very two-sided. Sell side very clearly trying to take in. Buyer doing an okay job so far defending, but let's watch as we push one more leg lower. Really just keeping an eye on this like 30 to 40, to like 25 to 35, sorry, on NQ as we push back down. Same thing with ES into POC of our previous candle. Again, RTY just establishing above VWAP. Some very clear profit taking into our 050 on NQ. Buyer sitting at 30s. So far, no desire to do anything new. Watching to see if we find a bid here on NQ. Failure to establish here at our like 25 to I mean really here we'll rotate back down to our POC shift back down at 980. Need to see a pretty clear bid here with Russell holding VWAP and ES holding this like 35. Decent reaction, but nothing crazy as of yet. Just a lower high. Good bit at Russell VWAP. Yes, and NQ bouncing where they needed to, but retesting now this distribution, right? This big ass node that we're hitting our heads onto when we rotate back into it. So we have to watch this as a shelf for our reoffer from our 25s, right, on NQ. We now have to watch this node as our shelf that we can hit our heads on and then do this next leg down. We need to show clear ability to push above after establishing this low. Right, just into our POC of previous candle here on NQ as well. With Russell bouncing VWAP, we need to see clear bids, or again, we'll hit our heads on this node off of a failure to get back into this upper little auction that we just created. But good reactive bid where we thought they would be attempting on NQ. Now let's see what they do here. Same thing on ES, right? Everything held with Russell holding that VWAP. But we gotta get back over 50s or this shit's meaningless on NQ. This would be your first risk off if you're playing off of 25s, right? We watch to see if offer sits here now into these 45 to 55. We need to flip 55 and bid for me to care, or this 45 to 55 is where that sell side sits.
Brent crude futures settle at $94.29 a barrel, down $5.29, all 5.31%.
Into our 55 now, off of the bid sweeping 45s, pushing into our highs now. Need to see establishment above 55 for this to feel great, but good low. Now we're watching to see if we can establish above these wick highs here and this node that we just built out. If we can see secondary buyers step in, this will feel great off of that low for that push into that 90. If it fails, right, nothing's changed, same transactional area. Good higher low on ES from that bid at POC. See if we can establish above our previous day value high for that continuation. Yeah, I agree, Ty. At least they're trying. If we can establish above this 50 to 80 area, then yeah, 120 feels likely. They're trying here now at 55. Offer sits there. I'm not going to be here for this. Either the trade will work or it'll stop out, but I'm not staying for the full session. But at least we've established what we're looking for and where we're going. Yeah, I get you. 12 to 2 is rough. Yeah, you had a great day, man. It's all good. Again, like once we establish outside of this and we figure out which way we're going to go off of this 50 participant, we're either going to head back up to our 30-second opening range up at like that 120, 130 area, or right, like this will fail and then we'll do another rotation back down to 900s. But as soon as we show that we have no desire to push lower on the day, right, that 900 continued to sustain over and over and over again, it's like, all right, well, if sell side can't sustain lower, right, like we're just gonna rotate up higher, and that's really it logic wise. Nothing crazy. If there's just no desire to go lower than that, then we'll just go into that upper auction again. Yeah. Yep. Sell side had an opportunity. They failed. So, bid stepped up. Now we're attempting to transact back up to our open and see what they're going to do. I mean, hopefully we find a desire over our opening prices. That'd be nice, but it also would make sense if they don't want to do it just to crush vol on options, right? So we'll see. They might do the, the next leg of this in after hours, and you just rotate day open for the rest of the session. That's a strong possibility if this is a vol crush for options. And then you just get fucked. You're right, but wrong. You know what I mean? You know where price is going to go, but you haven't given itself, you're not in a position to hold for that opportunity. Because they'll just vol crush you. Yeah. That's usually how balanced days play. But we'll see. Yeah, no problem. It's just so slow midday, man, and I don't want to stay for both sessions. It sucks. I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm glad that we're doing more like teaching from 12 to 2, and we're doing most of our trading from 10 to 12, but it is a little rough. It's about 2 hours longer than I'd like to stay, personally. But as long as I'm like have engagement, right, then I will stay. But if there's no engagement in chat, like I'm just gonna dip, boys. Like it just is what it is. It's not worth my time. I'm sorry. like, like it really isn't. Yeah, I appreciate that, Ty. So I don't know. We'll see. But my dog's begging. I mean, I'd like this to go while I'm still here, but I feel like if I stay any longer, we're just gonna be playing till 4. No, I can't. I don't know why you would do that. I just don't understand the reason. Like I know for sure that my edge is in the AM, right? Like I know the market that I like to trade. I know the volatility I like to trade. I know the speed, right? I know I know all of that. Like I can feel it in my bones. I just can't imagine staying in or through market conditions that like have nothing to do with any of the things that I feel comfortable trading. Like it just doesn't make sense. Like why put yourself through that? Like maybe you find a couple trades doing that, but would you have been better off just sleeping and then coming back for when you have edge? You know what I mean? Like are you actually making that much more money trading those sessions, or is the potential for losing the money that you made when you had edge more likely? I don't know. To me, that just feels like that's the more likely scenario to play out, is like you stay into a market that you don't understand or aren't familiar with, and then you lose the money that you made when you did understand it, you know? 55 to 45 offer still holding, no change. Offer trying to lower back down to 45s. Just, I mean, there's nothing to do here until we get out of this. They're just trying to take in. You can see them trying to establish here on our delta footprint. Or just our delta bubble footprint, I should say. You see them trying to establish here. They're trying to sweep us down now from that 45 offer. Back down to 020. I don't know if they're going to be able to succeed, but we'll see. Yeah. All right. I mean, like, I'm going to be here for the full day if I stay any longer. We know what we want to see. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Just watch to see if we can start to sustain above this 45.55 and start to like really bid it out, or if they continue to just absorb here. If we are able to flip, we're headed up to that 90. If 90 can flip, we'll head up to that 120, 130, 30-second opening range from this morning and retest that our opening sell that we did. They're trying to establish here. It feels very two-sided. I don't know who's going to win out. We trapped into 35s on that low. We're just headed right back up to this 55 participant now. I think ES looks a bit better. Very clear shelf at 43 with room up to 50s. If we can establish above here. Yeah, I don't know. Just gotta let this settle and then play the direction after it settles. All right, later. I will talk to you all bright and early tomorrow. It'll be a public stream. I'm gonna just do public streams all week this week. It's a short week. Who cares? So I'll see you guys tomorrow as well if you want to be here. 10 o'clock.